to be a stranger's face staring back at me. The air is thick with the scent of bitter rain and the rattling chains of this self-inflicted pain. These chains of rust, they're digging in so deep. The lonely promises I swore I'd keep. They whisper secrets, promises that lie beneath the wreckage of a blackened sky. Yeah, these chains of rust, they're pulling me down low, but I can feel a fire that's starting to grow. The past is knocking a heavy iron fist. Another moment that can't be dismissed. I feel the weight of all the words I left unsaid. The broken futures echoing inside my head. A twisted wreckage, a monument of shame. But the embers of a new beginning still remain. Yo, the lock is rusted, key is long since gone. Staring at the horizon, a different kind of dawn. Built this prison, brick by heavy brick, on promises I knew I couldn't stick. But the silence screams, the walls begin to crack. No turning back, there ain't no looking back. Yeah, the chains are rattling, a rhythm and a rhyme, breaking free 1 second, 1 minute at a time. Yeah, the lock is rusted, key is long since gone. Staring at the horizon, a different kind of dawn. Built this prison, brick by heavy brick, on promises I knew I couldn't stick. But the silence screams, the walls begin to crack. No turning back, there ain't no looking back. Yeah, the Unshattered crowns and broken walls, a history written in the The skyline gold, another story to unfold. The streets are waking, cold and gray, but something's different here today. A humming current in the air, a whispered promise, a silent prayer, for a spark that starts a roaring flame, to call the future by its name. Oh, the battle-worn crown I wear, a symbol of my broken prayer. With every scar, with every tear, I fought my way through endless fear. In this concrete jungle, brave and true, I'm building a new world just for you. Another ghost from yesterday is knocking at the door, telling me the same sad story I've heard 1,000 times before. But I ain't looking back now, I'm done with all the pain. The road ahead is waiting, through the sun and through the rain. Feel the engine turning, feel the fire in my soul, breaking through the static, taking back control. Every second's ticking, a promise in the air. I'm leaving all the shadows and leaving all the care. Yeah, we're chasing sunrise, the future in our hands, leaving all the darkness in these forgotten lands. No hesitation, no reason to delay. We're breaking every barrier on the edge of a new day. They told me the best was gone, that I had lost the fight. But I've been walking forward, straight into the light. I found a power burning deep within my core, and I'm not stopping, not now, not evermore. Yeah, we're chasing sunrise, the future in our hands, leaving all the darkness in these forgotten lands. No hesitation, no reason to this flame. But every moment we endure makes our spirits strong and pure.
what was seen.
This beating pulse is made of courage, not of steel. A fortress built from everything that's real. I'm standing in the silence of the concrete aurora. A beautiful explosion, a radiant diaspora of hope lost inside a world built on a silent plan. But in the darkness, a new strength begins to grow. A different river with a different flow. Maybe someday the sun will rise and chase the shadows from my weary eyes. But for now, I'll listen to the sound of these eternal echoes all around. Through the stardust, I've been drifting for so long.
Quiet whisper, a forgotten song.
Searching for a signal, a familiar sound.
On the edge of forever, a new path I found.
Gravity's pulling a gentle sound. The streetlights flicker in the gray. Another promise fades away. The quiet city holds its breath. A silent prayer against the death of all the dreams we used to chase in this forgotten lonely place. But in the dust a flicker grows, a final truth the future knows. twisted version of myself I've never seen before. Every doubt's a dagger, every fear a heavy stone, a silent battlefield I've had to walk alone. But I can feel a fire burning deep beneath the lies, a new reflection staring back with confident new eyes. I'm grabbing all the broken pieces, turning them to steel. This is my last stand, and this time it's for real. I'm smashing the echo chamber. The voice has got no hold. Every lie they told me is a story getting old. I found the frequency where courage can collide. I'm taking back the power from the battles deep inside. They said the demons owned me. They said I had no choice, but they never reckoned with the power of my voice. This fortress built of memory, I'm tearing it apart with every single beat of my triumphant heart. I'm smashing the echo chamber. The voice has got no hold. Every lie they told me is a story getting old. I found the frequency where courage can collide. I'm taking back the power from the battles deep inside. But this time it's clean and clear. I'm free. I'm free. The world goes silent in the night. No stars to guide, no city light. Just empty streets and weathered stone. A quiet king upon a throne of solitude, of broken glass. Watching all the moments pass. The shadows whisper names I knew, but never really followed through. Oh, the echoes in the abyss, a bit of fragile emptiness. I'm screaming out, but no one hears Concrete skies and asphalt dreams, a city's pulse, a silent
night whispers on the window pane, a silent promise lost to summer rain. I trace the lines of a forgotten face in this cold and empty, endless space.
Every memory, a faded photograph, a ghost that follows down a broken path. The city sleeps beneath the silver moon, a lonely melody, a forgotten tune. I walk the streets where we once used to stand, with shattered dreams held in a trembling hand. A million voices, but I hear only one, the lingering ghost of what we have become.
Maybe someday the sun will rise and chase the shadows from my weary eyes.
But for now, I'll listen to the sound of these eternal echoes all around.
Yo, street lights burning like a funeral pyre, reflecting stories of a lost desire. Footsteps on the pavement, a lonely steady rhythm, trapped inside a world that's built on a schism, searching for the pieces of a love that's gone cold. A story written in a different time, a different mold. Yeah, the echoes of the past, they never really leave. They just change the form for the next heart to deceive. box is dusty, the corners all are frayed. 1,000 paper moments, a life that's been displayed. Faces I remember, eyes I used to know, caught in faded colors from so long ago.
told me a man's a fool to fight when all is lost, but they never understood the value or the cost. This isn't about winning, it's about the very fight, and I'll be leaving everything on this glorious night. This is the final burst, the moment of the storm, the broken pieces forming a perfect brand new form. The engine's red light screaming, the walls are crumbling fast. I found a brand new power that was meant to always last.
The room is colder and the air is thin. Another chapter where it used to begin.
I feel the ghost of a love I used to know, in every shadow, in the sun's last glow.
A broken promise on an empty floor.
A final farewell to the one I adore.
This is the final echo, a sound that won't give in, just a lonely memory where it all begins. I hear a whisper in the silence and the rain, just a final moment of a silent pain. Yeah, the final echo, a story left unsaid, haunting every corner of my weary head. The world is turning on a rusted, empty track. There ain't no future and there's no turning back.
I see a stranger staring from the glass, a bitter vision of the things that came to pass.
Every step a promise, every word a tear, a final moment that I hold so dear. Maybe someday the sun will rise and chase the shadows from my weary eyes. But for now, I'll listen to the sound of these final echoes all around.
just a final weary breath, but they never face the challenge of a life after death. This isn't about fame, this isn't about gold. It's every act of kindness, a truth that can't be sold.
You're not a signal, not a line.
to know. I'll take this soul and rip it all to shreds for your damn control. In your hands, take it all, take it all, take it all, take it all. Holy ground, hold me down. Under holy ground, hold me down.
beneath the weight of an unfeeling sky. The asphalt cracks a silent concrete plea. 1,000 lives just waiting to be free. A metal bird soars on a broken wing, and all the echoes that the silence bring. We're marching on beneath the iron sky. A final stand with fire in our eye. The gears are turning, but the cogs are coming loose. Breaking every chain, we're cutting through the noose. Yeah, the iron sky, a burden we will bear, with a screaming chorus of a desperate prayer. The wires hum a song of cold decay, chasing shadows at the close of day. Every whisper a forgotten dream, drowning slowly in a toxic stream. But in the wreckage, a new pulse begins to beat. A wild rebellion rising from the streets. just a game of yes or no. But they never built a castle where the silent rivers flow.
This power isn't magic, it's a feeling deep inside. The only perfect truth is that you have nothing left to hide. Come to the gate of the mind,
A fortress made of dreams, where every shattered promise is a brand new rushing stream.
no one can ever stop us, no one can ever hold the power of a story that's still waiting to
They built the towers out of doubt and screamed their silent stories out. A lonely echo in the dark, a dying solitary spark. The concrete canyon is nothing but a ghost, a memory we cherish most. But we must leave it all behind and find the strength within the mind to carve a future from the stone and walk the road we've always known. With every scar a lesson learned, with every bridge we've gladly burned. Oh, the prophecy can hold me, no future can contain the storm that I'm creating through the sunshine and the They said the hero's journey was already pre-designed, but they never looked inside the fury of my mind. The sand is just a tool, the clock is just a wall, and I'll be standing here triumphant after every single fall. I'm the master of the hourglass, the maker of the end, the one who dares to stand against the way the sands descend. No prophecy can hold me, no future can contain the storm that I'm creating through the sunshine of the Streetlights
there's nowhere left to run or to confide.
Yeah, this midnight requiem, a solace in the blade. A moment to remember and a promise to go back. The air is heavy with the weight of old regret. A perfect stillness I can't seem to get. I see the faces of the people I once knew, reflected in the endless midnight blue.
But in the stillness, a new strength begins to rise. A burning passion deep behind my eyes. You're lost and found, a ghost on hallowed ground. Every street lamp screams a different sound. This ain't a tragedy, this is a eulogy for the person I used to be. A final remedy, break the silence, shatter all the mirrors, facing down my past and all my hidden terrors. Yeah, the midnight hour, it's where the truth resides. No place to run from the pain I feel inside. Person I used to be, final remedy, break the silence, shatter all the mirrors, facing down my past and all my hidden terrors. Yeah, the midnight hour, it's where the truth resides. No place to run from the pain I feel inside.
stone, a path they've carved for millions, a fate we've always known.
They tell you where to walk and what you're meant to see, but a different current's flowing deep inside of me.
I can't pretend forever, can't play a part where weary souls just sit and cry. The silent ruins whisper names of fallen hopes and dying flames. But in the silence there's a sound of life returning to the ground. Oh, the rise of the phoenix from the ash, a future born out of the crash. With feathers made of steel and light, we'll take our first defiant flight. No longer held by chains of rust. In shattered faith we place our trust, and prove that every ending brings the promise of a thousand wings. The world remembers what was lost, the painful lesson at what cost. But memory can fuel the heart to build a brand new work of art. From broken shards, from scattered
Dust is settling on the things we used to be. A fading memory for the world to see. Every second a ghost on a weathered face. Another promise in a broken empty space.
I hear the echo of a forgotten chime, lost in the wreckage of a shattered time.
This hourglass is broken, the grains of sand run free. A fragile moment for the world to see.
The fragments scatter on a cold and empty floor, leaving me
to stand beneath the light. This power was inside me, a strength I'd never known. And I'm not a prisoner, I'm sitting on a gravity's whispers, silent cosmic hum. A million suns before the morning comes. I'm a tiny echo in the grand design, a fleeting moment on a linear timeline, drifting through the endless empty dark, a burning ember, a solitary spark. Oh, the Stardust Symphony playing in the black, a cosmic harmony, no turning back. From the silence, a new world takes its form, a gentle solace in the heart of the storm. We are the stardust, we're the light of a faint star, searching for forever, no matter how far. The constellations, a map I can't define, a silent language, a sacred endless sign. Every breath a part of the grand exchange, a living story on a cosmic silent stage. The universe is breathing, I can feel its soul, making all the shattered pieces whole.
silent door. The past is rubble, a monument of dust. Just a fading memory, a brittle rust. A new horizon built on blood and sweat. The only promise that I won't forget. I'm running faster than the words they say. I'm miles ahead of yesterday.
just like the person that you really are. Your eyes are vacant, a window to the rain, a heart of stone that's shielded from the pain, a bitter frost that settles in your bones, lost in a world of silent, lonely thrones. Ooh, you've got a heart of stone, a fortress made of ice, breaking every promise, paying the
Where were you? Did you fall? Did you find what you were looking for when it all came down? Taking down the world. It's time to gather ready. Take you down. Taking down the world. It's time to get ready. Take you down. of the open. Honest air. This blade isn't for anger. It isn't made of steel. It's forged from pure conviction and everything that's real. I'll bring out truth, a light to cut and clear, to tear through every falsehood and every single fear. It's a force they can't predict, a path they can't control. The only way to free the body and save the weary soul.
Is fading from your distant eyes, like a broken promise underneath the skies. Every whisper is a frozen empty word, the saddest song that I have ever heard. The warmth is gone from what we used to be, a bitter stranger staring back at me. Oh, the coldest sun is rising on the glass, reflecting all the moments that can't last. We built a fortress only to watch it turn to dust, left with nothing but the memory and the rust. Yeah, the coldest sun, a hollow empty gleam, just another shadow in a waking dream. With the things we left unsaid, a silent requiem for the words left dead. I try to find the person I once knew, but all I see is the broken parts of you. A million questions floating in the haze, lost in the wreckage of our final days. Maybe someday the warmth will find its way and chase the shadows from the light of day.
A million souls online, every screen a window, a code, a perfect line. They say the future's measured in zeros and in ones, a digital horizon under artificial suns.
But I can feel a signal that doesn't need a screen, a current of emotion, a feeling in between.
The heart is still a network, the soul's a perfect full of static. A million words collide. A symphony of chaos with nowhere left to hide.
And I've been just a silent note in a melody of noise, afraid to speak the language of my own unique voice.
But deep beneath the surface, a music starts to play, a rhythm just for me, lighting up the way, a quiet orchestration of a truth I've always known, a harmony I can play all alone. I'm unleashing the inner symphony, the sound I've held inside, a beautiful rebellion.
we're finished, just another fading light. But they don't know the hunger, the fury of this fight.
I feel the thunder in my veins, the lightning in my soul. We're taking back our story, we're making ourselves whole. This is our last stand, a symphony of fire. From the ashes we rise, taking it higher and higher. No turning The sun rises on a million silent battles.
Nothing but your heart, playing a hero's role right from the very
setting sun is burning on the end of yesterday.